Am I supposed to be in this meeting? I don't think so.
You don't have to be, Brantley.
Okay, it called me, so I was just making sure. All right, bye.
I'm doing okay.
Chilly out there.
I'm cool in here. Just my microphone. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool and cloudy. Whew. I got muted.
Hey guys, we're gonna get started around 1. If everybody could please mute yourself, it'll make things a lot easier so that people can unmute and ask questions. Otherwise, we'll have to mute the whole audience. particularly people who are on their phones. We need you guys to mute.
That's funny. I like the sigh. Yeah.
Some of you may want to mute yourselves.
We see video. Okay, hey, thanks for everybody showing up. This is Pat. I think we're live. I see a green light. If I could just have maybe a sound check out there from somebody. Can you hear me?
Yes,
We
we
can
got
hear
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lori is going to be my question person. Type in your questions and we will take care of them as we go through this. We are going to have the video up with the
We're gonna try to
agenda
have
shortly.
whenever we can figure out how to take care of it.
And to kick things off, because obviously you've seen the agenda, this is 98% fee for service today. And hopefully we'll give you a lot of the details that we've been promising you for some time and have good question and answers to get everybody on the same page. But before we do that, I invited Jeff Saxon from HHS, who was our rate setter. He's an expert on setting the rates. And he said he would attend, and I'm just checking to see if Jeff is out there. And if you are, Jeff, identify yourself and then from there, kind of give us a background on the rates and maybe take some questions. Are you out there, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm on the call again. Like I said, I tried this earlier this morning and nobody could hear me, so I just figured I'd call in. Hope everybody's doing well. And thank y'all for y'all's assistance and patience with all of us as we transition into this new model. As far as the rates go, I'll go over a few things generally about some things. Primarily the Idrd waiver rates, all of them have been updated for January 1st of 2022. The biggest or the most expensive service, of course, the daily rehab rate. Just to give folks an idea about how, because there's been some concern about how the money that was provided by the General Assembly is being used to fund these rate increases. Prior to the last rate increase y'all got, I guess, or the last rate increase we gave to DDSC, let me put it that way, who then in turn pays y'all through the band payment system. Prior to July 1, we were paying $196.99. And then because of that funding that was received from the General Assembly for July 1 of 21, the 2.9 million, I think it was, we bumped that rate to $204.78. So that was just the beginning of this entire process about updating payment rates, because I'm sure there's some folks that have been up there a while that's been doing these, doing cost reports and whatnot. But, the agency, for one reason or another, years ago, we changed rates like October of 2012 and really didn't do anything else with anything until, except for direct care worker increases that came along that were legislatively mandated, and we built rate increases for that. But generally speaking, what we did, we got a 19 cost report. We went in and we combined, and again, this is on the daily residential rehabilitation rate I'm talking about right now. But we combined the service between HASKI and Idrd, came up with a unit rate and cost rate in 2019. We backed off a portion of that pertained to DDSN central office overhead costs, which we paid through a separate contract to DDSM. The cost of 19 cost report didn't include the last of the direct care worker salary increases that was provided in 20. We added a piece for that, and then we trended the cost, the per unit cost rate after those adjustments by 7.2% to trend it up to the midpoint of the rate year. And that's the aggregate rate that prior to the 8-tiered band system, we were going to end up paying DDSN about $222 a day just to round it off. It's actually $221.99. So the rate originally was $196.99. July 1 of 21, you got $204.78. And then based upon our cost base rate trending forward, we count with a rate of $221.99. Because there's a lot of interest in creating an 8-tier payment system for this service, we contracted with our actuaries that provide our managed care rates, because we were a bit short-staffed, just like about everybody else is right now. And they developed through conversations with DDSN and DSN boards and maybe some QPLs. They developed the criteria like the hours per week spent on an individual, you know, the type of individuals who provide that service. You know, there was discussion about travel, things like that. So, you know, all of the information was taken to account, and our actuaries created those 8-tier rates that I hope y'all have seen in those blue, in those fiscal impact analysis. And it's of course, those rates that we identified in, are highlighted in blue. Now, hold on just a second. I had an email flash for my eye that kind of caught my attention. But anyhow, so you know, through conversations with DDSN, we got them to break out the number of units of IDRD daily rehab services, habilitative services, to figure out, you know, how many units to allocate to each tier under the new rates. And when we did that, remember I said the cost-based tier taking 19 per unit cost, adjusting it for DDSN central office costs, the direct care worker add-on, and then the trend rate, we got a rate of almost $222 a unit based upon the 8-tiered rates that we have here, and the units that were provided by DDSN within those tiers, those estimated units. The aggregate rate is now $226.71. So we felt like we've done our due diligence with the rates for this service, because we actually had an actuary look at it years ago, and their rates were actually lower than our cost-based rates. So we feel like we've actually addressed the daily rehab residential habilitation rates. Now, the other IDRD waiver service rates, we did increase those. Those were, for the most part, built off of the 2019 cost report, using the same methodology that I just explained to you on the cost-based rate for the daily residential habilitation service. The waiver case management rate, we are increasing. Those rates are waiver case management with travel is $27.28 a unit. The waiver case management without travel is $16.77 per unit. And in an earlier meeting with some of the directors of the boards, I had mentioned that would go up by 7.62%. It actually should have been 7.32%. So that's why the numbers might be a little bit lower if you got some information from some other folks. But that was I just misstated the wrong trend rate. And so in generally, from Medicaid's perspective, the rate went from $196.99 in the aggregate to $204.78 in the aggregate at July 1/21. to 226.71 effective January 1, 22. So we feel like we've adequately adjusted the rates and taken into account all the funding that was provided by, the General Assembly for those rate increases. Now, the only other rates that we're going to increase January 1 is that we will be doing the ICF-OIDD rates. We did a public notice on that in late November, so we have to have a 30-day comment period, and then we can implement the change. So we'll make it effective January the 1st, but they will be updated as well. And we can share that information with y'all. And again, it's based off the 2019 cost reports as well. So generally speaking, that's how the rates have, that's the processes that we've gone through. We are in the process of developing a leave policy. I thought I would have had that done by now, but I had some other providers that need some attention, so to speak, with some issues. So I am going to be working on that stuff starting today. DGSN has given us some information. We got some good information from the DSM board of directors on some of that for things to consider. So we're going to come up with something, and then again, this will only enhance what was shared with y'all previously as far as your fiscal impact analysis. I'm trying to think off the top of my head if there's anything else I need to remind y'all of. But and there's one other thing that we're going to do. There's a tier level. I think it's it was tier 4. We're going to edit that to where we'll make that available not only for folks with that have some criminal type issues, but also to other high-end users of the service, whereas they're complicated residents and they just exceed the cost of their maybe the tier that they're set in. So there's going to be some people actually moving around a little bit from some of the lower tiers into that group. So that'll be another enhancement that I don't know if we'll have any information available to share with that on anybody, but that is going to be one change that will benefit providers. And generally, that's all. I mean, I know there's a lot of stuff that's got to be gone over, as far as billing and all enrollment and all this other stuff. But, Margaret went over that with some folks and shared some sources that are out there on our website, I believe, that talks about the training dates and the timelines of the transitions of it and everything like that. So is there anything in particular y'all would like to ask me while y'all got me on the phone?
If you want to type in a question, that's fine, or you can unmute yourself and speak up.
I'm gonna read the typed in.
Did they for the Jeff or for the?
I don't really know.
How about any specific questions for Jeff? Please type in right now, and that has to do with rates and how we built the rates.
Hey Pat.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and if y'all once I get off, and if y'all have any. If you come up with any, send them to Pat, and he'll make sure I get them, and we'll make sure we address them.
There are numerous questions in the chat already. So.
Well, I'm not online. I mean, I just called in, so I don't see them.
I'll read the ones that pertain to Jeff. Stand by.
Okay.
Pat, can I ask a question while you're doing that?
Go ahead, go for it.
You or Jeff, it probably concerns both of y'all, but I know one of the questions that have come up about cost reports, if we, go live and officially turn everything on in March, I know at the meeting we had at HHS a few weeks ago, we talked about continuing to do cost reports to DDSN as long as you all are paying us, and then when it switches over to HHS, do it there. So by doing that in March, that's splitting the year with only 3 months left. Is there any talk about even, and I know Director Kerr said, those from January to March, we'll play it out and see what happens and we can push it back. But is there a reason why we can't push this to the beginning of the fiscal year? Anyway?
Yeah, I mean, listen, that would make it easier for us. I get all that. And let me speak with him about that. But I mean, the thing about it is this, I mean, you're right. It would make it much easier because I never really thought about that that particular perspective about, because the way that these services are funded, they're funded as far as the state match is, DDSN uses certified public expenditure. So, as long as you're being paid by them, you're going to, we'd have to have costs showing up to them. So yes, that's a valid question, and I will certainly, in fact, I'll see him at 2:00. I'll actually put that in his, I will bring it to his attention.
Thank you.
But
Thank you,
I
Jeff.
agree, that would make it easier, believe me.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna read some questions. Have individuals been notified of these significant rate cuts, and were they given an appeal process?
I don't know where to rate all right, so here's the deal. Again, these are the Medicaid rates that we're paying to DDSN and eventually to the providers themselves. Now, what the rate cuts that you must be referring to are the differences in what you were used to getting under the band payments to compared to what these rates modeled out. I mean, at the end of the day, appeals can be made to the agency once the agency has you enrolled as a Medicaid provider.
Jeff, I just add a little clarification that the current rates are capitated or bundled rates.
Yep.
And they're ending, and the new rates are individual rates.
Right. That's
So
correct.
sometimes there's a perception there that the new residential rate's less than the bundled rate, but there's an apple and orange concept there as well. So that's just
right. Yeah. You'll bill for services on an individual basis, and you're right. Your bundle, I mean your band payments or bundle rates, whatever it is, does include the other services than just one. So while it may look, I was just assuming they were looking at the, at the fiscal impact analysis that was sent to each provider. Because that shows all the revenue, and then it shows, what we would expect to pay in our fee for service at the due rates. So.
Stand by, we're scanning.
Yeah, Pat, can I ask a question?
Sure,
please?
jump in there.
So fine, you've unbundled the rates. Unfortunately, lots of people have jobs that are not full-time, and lots of people do not go to the day program because they haven't wanted to. Unbundling a rate forces people to go to day services because we no longer have the money to allow them to sit at home and pay for the staff there. We can't just get people into a day program in 3 weeks, and Christmas and the holidays are in there. Like, they don't even have time to research what day programs they want to go to. They have no time to go and look at them. They have no time to make any changes. Can you really just foist this on us and give us 3 weeks and say, hey, figure it out? That seems really not fair to providers.
Well, here's the thing. First is that we're not going to turn all this stuff on January the 1st. What will happen is we're going to pay DDSN our due rates, and then DDSN will continue to pay you under their payment system until you transfer over to what we call the fee-for-service system, where you bill us directly.
In March,
So
projected to be in March.
projected to be in March, you know, the reference that the individual made about the cost for and stuff, yes, you know, that would make it much easier to delay it even further, but, you know, even March wasn't a hard date, you know, we just want to see how things go, but, you know, but we want to make this as smooth and as easy as we can. From
Well-
our perspective, and I know DDSN wants to too, so, you know, I hear what you're saying, but there's a lot of stuff that we're talking about happening that's not gonna happen within the next month or two, I guess is what I'm saying.
Can I ask a follow-up then? So just to make sure that I'm clear, because what I thought I read, again, maybe mistakenly, was that the rates are going to happen as of 1/1. And yeah, we're going to transition through March, but you're going to do a true up and take money back if you've overpaid us because the new rate structure is
And
effective.
we're gonna
Is
do
that
a
wrong?
true up and give you additional we're gonna true up and give you additional if you bill additional. If you don't, there will be no
Band will stay
true
the
up.
same.
The band will stay the
There's
same
no recoupment.
till we get to fee for service in March.
Meeting every month.
So
Yeah.
again, just to be clear, because you both talked over each other, I want to make sure I understand for sure. We're keeping the current band system rates that we are getting paid, the bundled rate, until you officially transition, potentially sometime in March. And that gives us time to get people into day programs or do whatever we need to do. It's not going to happen as of 1/1. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, hallelujah for that. That makes me feel significantly better. Thank you.
The next question, Jeff, is the Milliman study that was done where we were invited to attend to see the rates being built had $3,751 in annual health insurance premiums. Our lowest annual premium per FTE is $5,000 and as high as $14,500. This is a major assumption difference.
So are these folks self-insured or what are these, I guess, family plans versus individual plans versus? I mean, I'm just asking.
I don't know. I just read the question.
I mean, you know, again, you have to, when you model a rate, you have to make certain assumptions, you know, in the modeling of these things. And, you know, I'd have to go back and look to see exactly what their source of the pension benefits were, so to speak. But I'm sure it was probably a blend, but I would, oh, that's right, this is not pension, this was the health insurance. But I would assume that most of these boards, aren't they governmental? I mean, I know some are private. I remember that, and those would be the ones that would be different. But don't the governmental boards follow or operate under the state health plan?
A majority of them do, but not all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I'll have to go back and look, and that's a question I'll sort of be willing to follow up with y'all on to see exactly what they use to, or what assumptions we're using coming up with that. But I'm assuming they rely heavily on whatever the state health plan premiums were, is my guess. But again, I have to validate that.
Here's the next question. I think the utilization percentages, if based on bed holds from nursing homes or ICS, are not going to be accurate assumptions. How do we get the details so we can study the assumptions? I'm not sure. That's the question.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is this. We didn't say that we were going to mirror those two. We knew we had to leave day policies within those groups of providers or those types of providers. So we were going to see what type of leave was in there and what type of, because again, I think on the nursing home side, which I'm more familiar with, there's whole bed days for hospitalizations, and then there's, I think they call it therapeutic leave days and stuff. I forget how many are in there, but we were just trying to, I mean, we're going to use those as a baseline to see how they're described and stuff. But again, listening to some of the directors in the earlier conversation, they, they brought up several points to us that we need to take into consideration when we do this. One question that was brought up was whether or not they could bill an individual for a bed and stuff. And of course, if you're covered by Medicaid, our payment is payment. You can't bill the patient.
All right. Well, we went through the questions and a lot of those we can answer, so I don't want to take up Jeff's valuable time. Any more questions for Jeff? And again, this is not over. I think HHS has an email box they accept questions from. And if you give us anything,
that's right.
We'll pass it on.
Is it Medicaid waiver at scdhhs.gov? Is that right, Jeff?
I think that's it. I think that was all. I mean, what the Medicaid waiver was one word. I think it was what.
Yeah, I'll check. I'm pretty sure that's correct. So I'll check and put it in the chat box so that you guys can send questions there.
All righty. Well,
Jeff,
I'll sign off. And again, if there's any other questions that come up y'all want me to answer, I'll be more than happy to answer them and get them back to you.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Thank y'all. Bye-bye.
Okay. We sent out a handout.
It's also attached to the meeting,
It's attached to the meeting.
my understanding.
Is it being projected or?
No, but I can't. No, I can't project it. I can go get Christy to project it.
She can project it.
Okay.
We sent out a handout to everybody who was invited, so hopefully you can open it up and follow along with us. And we will just go down the list, and I'm fortunate to have Dr. Fry with us here today, and Rufus and Lori, as well as my staff. So we got everybody here who can possibly try to answer your questions to the best of our ability. But to give you a framework, we're going to give you just a list. It's from A to double B. So if I do my math right, that's 28 issues that we've centered on. What we're trying to do is, I'm not assuming everybody has the same knowledge base on all issues. So we're just going to comprehensively talk about each issue. Some of these have been already provided in different forms, but I wanted to restate them to have them all in one place. So I'll just start with the first one, and I'll just quickly summarize it. And as you type in questions, Lori can bump me.
Yeah, we'll try to stay on if you have questions about A, if you have questions about B, I'll try to kind of keep up with it.
From the first one is the cash flow impact on the transition from capitated boards to private providers. What we're going to do is whatever your current capitated band payment is, or your current bundled monthly rate, that will continue through the go live date, which is tentatively in March. And so nothing's going to change. Your boards are going to get their prospective payments every 2 weeks. The private providers will bill as normal. But what we will do is at the end of each month, we will do a calculation for your fee-for-service, your individual services on a fee-for-service basis, and we will calculate that. And if that number is greater than your band or bundle rate payment, we will pay you the difference. And if it's less, there's no consequence. The last band payment will be about 2 months before the go live date. 2 weeks, I'm sorry. And the whole goal here is so that on the go live date, you will have control over your own cash flow. And we'll get into direct billing in a second, and the direct billing with HHS. You can bill every day and they pay once a week, so you can control your cash flow depending on your own unique situations. Any questions on that one?
Not so far.
Direct billing to HHS. I'm gonna kick that one to Lori so you don't hear my voice all day long.
Okay.
I just surprised her.
I know, right? So the providers are going to start billing HHS directly for all waiver services on the go live date. It's tentatively scheduled for March of 22. Jeff just talked about that. HHS has some training scheduled. They're first going to do some training on provider enrollment, get you guys enrolled. Then they'll do training on billing and kind of get you going with that. We are currently working with TheraP. They have a direct billing module, and we're trying to expedite the completion in an attempt to be ready for the go live date, but we're just not able to guarantee that at this time. So once the TheraP module is complete, we'll be able to use it, or we'll be able to offer it to you as an ability to do some of the billing. So Jason says, thanks for item A. Good. I'm glad that helps, put some minds at ease. And Thoyd says, do we know how much longer we can provide and bill vocational services in a residential facility? So Thoyd, that was approved as part of the Appendix K that was done related to the COVID emergency. And that Appendix K is currently approved kind of at an arbitrary 6 month, no longer than 6 months after the end of the public health emergency. So until you get information from us that we will be rolling back some of those Appendix K services, you can continue to do that. So, I would continue to do what you're doing. I imagine that when the Appendix K authority is going to start to be rolled up, I know we will have to have a plan for each of those services that were allowed in the Appendix K. And so there'll be a transition period during that no longer than 6 months.
Number C is how do we transition the current waiver residential band and bundle rate payment classifications to the new 8 IDRD waiver renewal tiers?
Yeah, so what we did as an initial stab, a general mapping, is we mapped people based on this chart that you see on your screen. Somebody asked where they can access the document. My understanding is that it's currently attached to the meeting. If it's not, we can just have it emailed out. Christy, if you're out there, if you could just somehow send it to everybody who's on the meeting. We intended for you guys to have this as part of the meeting. So, but anyway, so we generally mapped them. We're currently analyzing the individual situations to see which ones might require further review. As we look at problematic areas, we will start to engage the provider, and once we get it kind of where we think that it's mostly correct, we will send it to you, and then we will allow provider agencies to talk with us about what's in there. I think that's really it to say about that. You think, Pat?
Maybe some attention to the tier 3 issue.
Okay, so one of the things when we first started mapping, and it actually happened after we did the first general mapping, right? We realized that we have a lot of people who, based on this chart, were going to get mapped to tier 3 that really had needs much like those people who were in the forensic homes. Like they needed additional staffing, they had these severe behavioral issues that really required the same level of service and level of staffing. So we worked with HHS to try to shore up some of the language in the waiver definitions so that we could put some of the people who were not forensic into tier 4, right? So we've been working through that this week. The thing about it is, in order to put people in the tiers, we generally looked at the definition of the service in the waiver document, the person and their previous funding band assignment, because there was some level of assessment to determine where they ended up in a funding band. And then we had to look at location of service because that's how it's defined in the waiver. Most of those, at this point, that along with case management global assessments and residential plans and assessments is kind of the only document that we have. So that's kind of what we use.
And if you look at the chart, you can just see your current situation. We crosswalk them over, and that's how we crosswalk them over. And I think I just want to emphasize from Lori is there'll be a point in time when we send this out to you, and there'll be a point in time when we have individual conversations with you about the uniqueness of situations, so that this is just not thrust upon you without any discussion. There was a question in the chat to identify the 8 tiers. If you could look at the chart on the bottom of page 1, the first 8 rows are 8 tiers. The bottom 5 rows are basically using some of the tiers above on how we're going to move therapeutic family homes and SERS over. So that answers that question on the chat. So remember, any questions in there?
Yeah, there was a lot of questions about the document, but it sounds like you guys found it because Lloyd is special and I agree. So there you go. I'm glad that y'all located the document because then it'll help you kind of follow along with what we're talking about. There's a question about adjustment in the direct billing process and rate review to review the low state funded case management rates. They need to increase due to cost increases like the Medicaid rates, right? So the state funded case management rates mirror the Medicaid targeted case management rates, which at this point we have no documentation to indicate that they're increasing. We've not heard anything about those rates increasing. Tier 4, behaviors requiring heightened staffing. Would this include individuals that require one-on-one staffing pattern? So I think those are definitely the people that we want to look at to see if they should be a tier 4 instead of a tier 3.
So that present day assignment of funding that.
Correct.
That funds the one.
Correct. There are many individuals who are extremely medically fragile who require nursing, which costs significantly more than a DSP is paid. Were these people considered for tier 4? I am not sure. Is that something you guys?
We'll just have to handle individual case.
Yeah, we'll look at them individually. I guess what I did. 8-bed homes are not included in the rate. So one of the things that we sent over right when the document was posted to CMS was an update to some of the definitions of service because they didn't clearly reflect the CRCFs, right? The 8-bed and 12-bed CRCFs and SLP1. So we gave them language to add, and CRCFs will be included in the tier 3, 2, and 1 rates. Like in the document, they're not defined. It's defined as a CTH2 with up to 4 people or a CRCF with up to 12 people, because we do have a couple of 12-bed CRCFs in the upstate. So they will be covered under tier 1, 2, or 3. Trying to see. I understood DDSM was trying to help identify the enhanced versus non-enhanced CTH1. My recollection is that there was confusion on what justified the rate differences. I'll speak to that.
That's a Jeff question.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
That's all we got.
All right, Rufus, you want to do number D?
Yeah, sure. 60-day bed vacancy. Historically, DDSN has paid 30-day vacancy payments when someone's been discharged. During the public health emergency, we increased the amount of funding to 60 days. This will continue until the go live date. Post go live date with direct enrollment, vacancy funding will cease.
I have a couple questions. I'm going to go back to, where does SLP1 fall in the tier? So SLP1 is a separate service because it's 15-minute units. It's the rate has been posted. It was posted with the other rates, but it'll be billed at a 15-minute unit rate. Susan said, for those who may have recently been approved for an outlier, is it correct to assume that the information was sent to DHHS? Will these be adjusted to a different tier? So again, I think
As we go.
we are, right. If we get a new if something came along, we're looking at it based on the new tiers, if that makes any sense. So Susan says, sorry, not outlier band rate adjustment. So yeah, we're looking at them in live time. The other thing is, I think that this mapping to the tiers will continue to happen until the go live dates, right? Because we're still paying you the bands until then. So we have this really massive spreadsheet that we're working from that we have to get 100% correct, because we're going to use it to map people to the tiers as well as update the plans of all these people, because everybody's case management plan is going to have to be updated to reflect the current residential service that they're getting, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so I'll hit the outlier question. With respect to outliers, the outliers will likely migrate into tier 4 based on the supervision needs of the individuals. We're going to be looking only at outliers, as we move forward, further that we validate, because there's been a lapse in rejustifications and looking at outliers. Post go live date and direct enrollment, the outlier process will cease as well, and that was communicated in our earlier meeting with the provider network.
Okay. I'll go to F.
Wait a second, I got lots of questions. Okay, I am fearful of those frequently in hospitals. Will nobody want to serve them? Will hospitals become backlogged? They'll get stuck there. I think, Ralph, the issue around hospitalization is going to have to be addressed with the leave policy that HHS is working on. We haven't seen it. I mean, we don't know any more than you guys do about what that's going to look like when it rolls out. And I think we just kind of, we're giving them information about leave days. We've given them some data about attendance, and kind of the people who are out the most and the average, and so they have that data.
So Ralph, Jeff, appreciated your reference to leasing agreements and as a part of the final rule. So he's going to incorporate that in his follow-up. So they'll be addressing that and incorporate it in the policy that's developed by Health and Human Services. And so there's a question about that. We'll go back to 30-day vacancies. The answer is no on that. There'll be no vacancy funding.
Yeah. So the next question is, please go back to D. We will go back to 30-day vacancy March 1st.
I just answered that.
No. Right. There will be anything other than what's in the rate. Did you just say that post, I guess this is for you, Rufus, did you just say that post live date, there will not be a process to get an outlier rate? Does that mean that those people will just be slotted into tier 4, or is there some annual renewal to keep them in tier 4? Or
the goal is to resolve prior to the go live date. Post go live date for Health and Human Services, there will not be an outlier process. If that changes, we'll communicate it, but that's the standard today.
And the strategy is by having 4 tiers, a 4-person model, which is, you take that in the CRCS, that's 82% of our people out there. That provides a wide spectrum from low to the highest need possible, which hopefully will cover most every situation, but there's always exceptions that we have to have some capacity for it. But as opposed to the last system where we had 2 buckets, G's and H's, we have 4 buckets. So I think it's going to mitigate the need for outliers to a great extent. F, leveraging TheraP and other DDSN applications to generate reporting to support direct billing to HHS portal. This has some discussion about this. There's two things I want to say. One is we're going down two tracks, and obviously one of the track is training the provider network for the HHS Medicaid portal. We're going down that road. We also have a parallel road where TheraP has a target of March 1st is their target. I don't know if they're going to make it or not. I would thank Dr. Fry for emphasizing that with TheraP yesterday. That is critical. That one of the advantages of TheraP is if they do get a direct billing module operating to an acceptable level. And again, direct billing is what TheraP normally does for other states. This is something they do. This is something they have off the shelf. It's not something they have to create. If they do that, then all of a sudden that will be able to harness all of our current systems of automated billing into a location, and hopefully it will greatly facilitate your billing capabilities, which would hopefully be better than the current HHS process, which seems to have a manual quality to it. Right. So, but until we know for certain, we have to go down both tracks.
I think something else to keep in mind is as we work with TheraP to expedite, TheraP may be able to do some things down the road that they can't do very quickly, right? So there might be some kind of stopgap measures within TheraP should you choose to use them for billing.
But to the direct heart of the question is, in the very near term, we're going to have to get a working group of volunteer providers who have a lot of reporting savvy and our staff together. And we're going to have to look, if we're going to use the HHS portal, we got to have collection tools so that people can accurately collect what they're doing.
Sure. And
then be in a position to accurately bill. We have many of our systems that can be used for that purposes. We just got to make sure that they can be queried in a way that supports your direct billing. So look for that working group, because we want to come out of there with two things. One, we may have to have some mandated protocols so that everybody does it the same way. We are fully cognizant that billing direct gives you greater independence. We don't want to force anybody into anything. But sometimes it may be in the best interest of everybody to do it one way. And at the same time, areas of best practices, we want to get in a position so that all the 50 so residential providers out there don't have to reinvent the wheel themselves. And that we can look at what we have and try to harness it for the portal billing.
So we do have a question from someone saying, is there a consideration to 3 tiers for CTH1? I think at this point.
Yeah, Jennifer, I want to, with Life Connections, I would encourage you all to engage Jeff Saxon for the memo that went out, and then post that review. If there needs to be any additional conversations with you.
Brian Way said he would like to know how DDSN completes billing currently to DHHS. You can come up here one day, we'll show you it's witchcraft. It's really like a combination of about 4 systems, and some of them are very, very old, but.
So our biggest support are the reporting systems that you are reporting to currently.
Right.
DSAL, res log, service notes. You are reporting activity to us, and we have systems in the background creating billings that we send to HHS.
Right. Do you anticipate DDSN renewing the TheraP system behind the current 1-year contract? Should providers anticipate taking on the cost of an electronic health record billing system in the near future? So to answer the first question, we intend to RFP it after a 1-year renewal, because we have to do that for. I will say that as part of the admin contract, DDSN will continue to have an electronic healthcare record for the people that DDSN serves. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the two things I know.
Because currently, we will continue to be authorizing
Right.
through TheraP, and
Right.
that's where you will be getting your authorizations from. So however you use TheraP currently, you can continue to use it.
All right, what's next?
G, establish a financial technical assistance program. We're going to issue an RFP here very shortly, and it's going to be for 2 years. And what we're going to try to do is harness the talent that's already in the system. We're looking, there's a certain qualification list, but we're looking really for people in the system, whether you got your experience from being an employer, being an auditor, or being a consultant. There's a lot of talented people out there, and we want to get them on a qualified providers list. We want them to, they'll provide their qualifications, meet minimum qualifications. We'll let them provide what they want their hourly rate to be. And once we establish that list, when we have financially at-risk providers, we will offer this service to them. And this qualified providers list, we're expecting partner level, management level, using a CPA analogy type person to do the physical hands-on work at the particular provider, because a lot of their issues are not only financial, they're operational. So you have to have great skill, and we're willing to pay for it. And it's not going to be like a 2-day thing. We're going to have intensive technical assistance analysis, reporting, follow-up, mentoring, and then down the road follow-up. So if someone's in a bind, and I know there's a lot of new EDs out there, there's EDs, like all EDs are not experts in everything. If you're having financial distress or you're at risk, we want to have the capacity to pay for a vendor list already established, to dispatch some super qualified people to help you out. We know a lot of the people on this list work within our industry, and they may have conflicts, but we hopefully get a big enough list that they can do the providers who they're not conflicted with, and we can really have some talent to help people out. So that's coming. And we'll move on to the next one.
Nope, we're good.
All right, H, Rufus, you want to hit ADT process?
Yeah, there'll be no changes to the ADT process other than modifying the fields to reflect the current tiers. And just two caveats, and that may answer some earlier questions. We'll rely on information heavily from case managers to really discern which tier folks need to go into as we put them on a critical needs list. The same way that process works now in determining, setting as well as proposed funding, whether it's a high needs, low needs. And again, if it's a high needs, there needs to be adequate justification for that. And so we'll be refining that process. And in the very near future, we'll be employing some acuity or tool or tools to help bring some even more objectivity to the process. And again, that's something that we'll be working in concert with providers on.
All right. Any questions there?
Okay, we're good.
Service contracts. The current board capitated and private provider bundle rate contracts will stay in effect through the go live date. We will be hopefully finalizing our fee for service contract in the very near term. And we gotta finalize this contract and in a position to give it to the provider network, which is a prerequisite for them to enroll into the Medicaid system. We're not asking you to sign it at this time, but we have to have a document to put in your hands so that you are able to enroll. The actual final document that we'll need to execute will be prior to the go live date when we are fee for service. Going forward, all new waiver providers will be qualified by DDSN through a new direct application process. You will not have to go through the fixed bid process that we have done historically. For all other DDSN service providers, such as case management, early intervention, that fixed bid process will continue, and that contract ends at the end of January, and we're in the process of hammering out one as we speak to replace it.
Right, and we're hoping that it'll be much fewer things and much less stuff for you to do, and then we will have a new application process for waiver providers specifically.
Okay. On J, adjustment to existing policies, I think that's pretty obvious when you're going from one pay system to the other, but I think what what I want to emphasize is when we go through here and we look at all our existing policies, you know, a lot of our, at least from us from the financial side, a lot of our policies were geared toward ensuring support for the band payment system, that certain ratios were met to keep the money circulating. A lot of times we are the record of providers, so we went to great lengths about being responsible for things because we're responsible. As we go into fee for service and you are direct billing, you will be the provider of record. And so as we go through here, I'm not saying we're going to liberalize them, but we have to have an eye towards you know, recognizing you as the provider of service, and that you're and give you the independence and autonomy you need to operate. But at the same time, as we go through our process, we want to be sure that we also give you enough you know, enough guidance and direction that everybody's not reinventing the wheel on certain things. So I think we're going to take a look at it from a perspective of, you know, finding that balance, and some things will be obvious on their face. Like the one that's mentioned probably monthly is our requirement, a cap on executive director salary. That's an example of a band-driven DDSN provider of record type policy. They're going to go away. Other ones, we may add a little bit more detail because we realize, quite frankly, a lot of providers are asking for that guidance and direction in areas. So we'll see a revision of those and a drafting of those, and we're not going to surprise you with anything, but there'll be a lot of that work going on. All right, we'll now go over to K. And the rest of this list pertains to specific payment systems that we currently operate, and many of them have no change, but there's value in you knowing it's not changing to remove any kind of any doubt or ambiguity in your mind as to how things will work. And we're writing them down so you can have a reference document to keep up with all this. The first one is the community ICS. Community ICS are currently paid in the band payments, and that will continue through the go live date. After the go live date, this will change. The community ICS are not part of the waiver services, and we will develop arrangements where DDSN will pay providers direct for community ICS. And we're obviously, when we build that system, we're going to be emphasized lessening the impact on your cash flows. We have several under considerations, and we will give you specific details when we get them down. And certainly you'll be part of the input process before we decide any process. I do want to emphasize that from an outlier perspective, we're going to maintain our outliers in the ICF community program to include the ICF medical models. But on our list is with the ICF medical models. We're just going to have his team go out there, and we're going to see if we want to maintain that model going forward. But those outliers will stay in the system both during the bands and when they separate from the bands. Any questions? All right, now we can pick up speed. Early intervention, no change. State funded case management, no change. State funded follow along, no change. I will stop for a moment. All of these state funded programs that are laced throughout our operations, we are going to find a single program manager and name that person, hopefully sooner rather than later. And we're going to put all those state fund programs under one umbrella so that going forward, we will have the policies, the procedures, and the budgets, and the integrated billing system so that they're all not fragmented with 8 different people in this building. You'll have one person in this building that will be driving all the state funded programs. All right, I'll pick up an O. State funded family support. Currently, it's about a $1.2 million budget that we disperse through bi-monthly payment schedules. That will change. These funds will continue when at the go live date. We will just continue these payments to each recipient on a monthly basis through our accounts payable with the electronic funds transfer. And again, as we build this state fund program manager, We may have program changes come July 1st, trying to simplify wherever we can. State-funded household employer assistance, no change. State-funded eligibility intake, no change. State-funded waiver enrollment fee, this will change. The only difference is currently these funds are paid through the bi-monthly payment schedule. After the go-live date, DDSN will generate invoices and will pay you individually through electronic funds transfers. State-funded HASKI Perry program, no change. State-funded alternative residential, no change. State-funded overroll day program, individuals. This is a legacy program. You all know generally what it's at. If not, you can talk to us afterwards. But at the time of the B&I change, we identified all the people that were getting, they were considered over-enrolled, which basically they were going to board day programs and not being billed, but they were being counted towards meeting their 80% attendance requirements. That was a policy made up a long time ago. After the B&I conversion, we did not want anyone to lose services, so everybody that was in the system, we guaranteed this to continue. When we worked through the list, I think Lori's team did a good job getting a lot of them waivers. I think there was a lot of the list that really hadn't been going anymore. So we're down to 20. And so what we're going to do with these 20 is we're going to get them into waivers if at all possible, and if not, we'll get them a band A.
They all got CS waiver slots yesterday. So
Say no more. You're one step ahead of me.
but
And the one thing we did discover when we looked at it is we have not made payments to the boards for the open rolls since January 1st of. You do that calculation, you know.
So we have a question. Ralph says, I thought I heard a couple of weeks ago that DDSN would be paying the new waiver case management rate for state case management. Now it appears the handout that the rate will not change, or you are only talking about the billing process. So the state funded case management rate is not attached to the waiver case management rate. We pay you the state funded rate based on the MTCM rate, which DHHS is not changing. So at this time, we don't have any plans on changing the state funded case management rate. We will change it if the MTCM rate gets updated.
Okay. The state funded.
Wait, I got another question. If we currently receive an outlier rate for a day program participant, will we still be able to bill DDSN for these after the fee for service transition?
That's the
$60.
We won't be able to do it.
Follow.
There's no way to do it because of that whole payment.
Currently, I'm only paying one.
Okay, so
It's only one person.
We'll deal with those situations when
My recollection is there's only two internal those providers individually.
Yeah. We'll talk to you about it, but if we do it, it'll have to be some kind of tricky thing.
Because it went away when we went to fee for service, and we had.
Y'all kept two from BNI switch?
Two, right.
Okay, we'll deal with those two people.
Right, so far I've only paid one.
Okay.
Even though it's two on my list, but they've only been billing me on one.
okay, we'll catch the other one up.
Yeah, we'll get with you about that, about those two people.
State funded HASKI transition centers, they'll be changed. Currently you're paid on the payment schedules. After go down live date, you'll be paid monthly with this electronic fund transfers. State funded residential. Currently we have 58 state funded individuals that are paid within the band through the payment schedule, either at a board or a private provider. This will change going forward. We will be responsible for state funded programs, and we will pay it. Now the question is, what's the process of paying it? If we start with billing through the portal, we will have to develop a process. If we start with Fair App, the goal, according to Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, Lori, is we will wire it so that you're entering all your people in residential, that we will sort it in the operational part to our bucket versus the HHS bucket.
Yeah.
So
I think it's also important to note that for those 58 people, we did the same thing on the spreadsheet with them related to mapping the tiers of service. So the rates for those state-funded residential people will mirror the Medicaid tier rates.
But until we get to that point, we are continuing.
To pay them in
our
advance
current-
payment.
they're staying in advance.
Yep.
But as far as the reporting goes, we're going to continue that.
Really?
Yes, what they're doing now.
Right. And
Yes.
Reyes has-
For now, until we get to go live.
We gotta.
Yeah.
Excuse me out there, so can you guys check your,
Hold on, I got it.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to have an open mic moment.
Well, maybe I won't.
Okay.
Yeah.
State funded community supports, Band-Aids, no change. Environmental mods, private vehicle mods, and assistive technology, I'll let Lori, hit that one.
Yeah, so I know we've been talking about a lot, but particularly EDs of case management providers, I need you to kind of listen to this because this is new and very different. In the past, DDSN, as through its contract as a provider of service, has board billed services like environmental mods and assistive tech and private vehicle mods. And when I say board billed, what that means is you guys authorized, paid for the service, you reported it to us, we reimbursed you, we billed Medicaid. In this new world, DDSN will no longer be considered a provider of those services. So DDSN will no longer be able to board bill those services. Any service that's provided for environmental mods, private vehicle mods, or assistive tech, those providers will have to directly enroll with Medicaid in order to be able to provide and bill the service. So we're trying to work with Medicaid on the process for enrolling those providers. We kind of have a good idea of how many of providers those are because in the electronic authorization module, you guys add those as like non-shareable providers. So I'm trying to kind of get in front of that, but I just really wanted you to know that that's going to change pretty significantly from what you do now.
So basically where we gave you the option to bill us, to bill the board, we're taking that option away.
Correct.
And the caveat to that was that you always had to go to already a Medicaid certified provider for the service. So basically this says that you have to go back to that, and any people that we have been dealing with and them billing us as the board, we are looking at HHS to help us get them enrolled. Correct. So that they can become a direct bill provider also.
Correct.
Z, board billed respite and companion services. We have met with the respite providers at the boards, and I believe 3 are going to maintain it as a business to bill direct, and there's 7 or 8 that are moving their people to Charles Lee for self-directed, and then we have companion services. So if you, as you maintain these services, you'll continue what you're doing now up until EVV starts. And at that point, I will let Lori pick that ball up because you're the EVV expert.
So once you get your Medicaid provider number, the authorizations, if you provide companion or respite at your agency, the authorizations would be written to you. Your workers would enter their work into the EVV system, which submits the claim to Medicaid, and then the payment comes back to you as the provider. So
basically that covers any direct care services.
Right. Respite, attendant care.
Right, attendant care and so forth that are going to the EVV system.
So there's some questions out here I'm gonna let you read because they sound financial to me. So I think it starts here, future audit purposes. Who will set sample size and required sampling? DDSN, DHHS, or both? Does it change with fee for service? Does cost reporting still go to DDSN?
Cost reporting will still come to DDSN, and the sampling will be, just look at the current directive. That's you on making that sample size. Any other questions?
Well, there's a lot of conversation about that.
And if EDD is delayed beyond the go live date, they're gonna have to bill. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
I think they would bill through the web tool if EVV is delayed. Is that?
You know that you're talking about the Appendix K part, but the in-home supports are also.
Yeah, in-home supports is part, but all in-home supports are self-directed, and those are all at Charles Lee. So those are none of the these providers. Yeah, AA. There's this ability in the Appendix K for in-home supports to be provided through the 2 waivers that don't currently have it there. It will continue through as long as the Appendix K is in place, so it won't change.
And BB is mainly for the finance division. As a reminder that we have 5 contracts that we pay through the payment schedule. That when the payment schedule ends and the go live date, we'll just pay those contracts through individual payments on a monthly basis. So let's go back to the top of the questions, because I know we had a bunch of questions when Jeff was here that really weren't in his lane, and he tried to be complete and nothing.
All right, let's go to the that's the first. This has been notified. We dealt with that one. People are essentially being forced. We answered that. Yes, we can hear. Did you talk about this? So somebody asked about getting certain rates, and then Jeff mentioned the 204.78 as of 7/1. I think the answer to that is the rate that DDSN was billing was 204.78 as of 7/1, but the rates that you're talking about for low needs and high needs are bundled rates. Those are band rates.
Bundled versus individual.
Right.
rates.
So the other one is an individual rate. So that's about time. Outliers. Minimum study, 8-tier payment. Where can the 8-tier payment system be found? So you can find the 8-tier payment system in the yeah, and it's on the bottom of page 1, but the definitions are in the waiver document. And like I said, there's been a little bit of change made to those definitions. So we're currently in an informal RAI stage where South Carolina is sending information back to CMS. Once that is complete, I will try to get the updated language so that you have that from the waiver definitions ahead of its posting. Changes to the CTH rate. Minimum study. So there's a question about the BabyNet rate for EI matching the DDSN rate. So I'm not sure I understand the question. Maybe you do.
Where's the question?
It's I don't know, way up. It just says when will the BabyNet rate for EI match the DDSN rate?
It's not our rate.
Yeah, Health and Human Services is the rate for BabyNet, and the rate that we reimburse is less than the full rate that we get for Health and Human Services, but it covers the state-funded individuals. So, right now, there's no plan to adjust that upward now.
Match it. I think ours is a little bit higher.
Do we need a Medicaid provider number for each service or just one Medicaid provider number for the whole organization? So the trick is that you need a Medicaid provider number to be the waiver provider of service. So all of the waiver services can be billed under one provider number. Like you wouldn't need one for residential, one for day, one for case management, one number, you'll be able to bill everything.
Or for for type waiver. They're making. it more-
Right, they also don't need it for type waiver. So one provider number should be able to bill everything. How do you determine objectively? We talked about that. Somebody put in the Medicaid waiver address for HHS. Thank you for doing that. Right, there was something about reminding you guys that waiver case management is direct billed effective March 1st and state funded and MTCM will not be. That is one of those tricky things that people just need to remember. But we feel like we're going to be able to separate it pretty easily in the system by doing an authorization for waiver case management. Do you see anything? Will you get email with the agenda? That's really about where that paper was. You got hit that. We talked about that. Hits. Yeah, we talked about that. I think we hit the rest of them. There's more at the bottom.
There's more at the bottom, a couple more.
Okay, this is all about that audit, so we'll look into that and tell you what this information be captured. Currently pay Medicaid provider for companion service and turn around and bill DSA for reimbursement. So if we had March point where they can start with billing. Yes, Donna. So companion providers, anybody who's on the QPO to provide companion will have the opportunity to enroll as a direct enroll provider and they'll bill that service directly. Actually, what will happen is hopefully EBB and that service will go live at the same time. And if it does, then they will bill through EBB. If not, they'll bill through the web tool. For rate setting purposes, just like nursing homes and hospitals. Here. Rate reimbursement is current. I don't think I understand.
We can verify that. The question is, I want to verify that the credit report and Medicaid Part D deductions will no longer be charged to providers. That's correct, effective January 1st.
One provider number, can this be billed under our EI provider number? No, it cannot.
January 1st or go live.
January 1st.
January 1st.
So we're gonna stop, even though we are paying the banks. Okay.
One provider number, can this be billed under our EI provider number? No, it cannot. The provider number that you'll be issued is to be a provider for waiver services. EI is a state plan service, so it's a different provider type. Our private provider tier rates the same as our rates. Yeah, the tier rates are the same for no matter who provides them. That's it. Did anybody else have any questions? Y'all can unmute yourselves too. We don't have everybody muted.
I would just say kind of in closing, I know the last couple of months as we're really grinding this down, we've been kind of lockstep, and now we're going to get out and we're going to have some working groups to iron out some of these protocols for collection. And we're down to the fine tuning. And I think at that point, we're going to have a much more provider engagement to really work out the details and just move forward in a way where we can squeeze out any ambiguity so people don't have wasted effort, and we can tap into everybody's knowledge of the system and find the simplest way forward. So I think we're moving into a new phase of now we're into the operational phase, and it's time to work out the details and move the ball forward. Anything else from everybody else?
So there is a question about whether we're planning to give an update on the 10% FMAP and.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a couple of things on the agenda.
Sorry.
So fee for service, no, all right, fee for service going on slide. All right, this will take 10% FMAP. We heard directly from HHS this morning that their package is up there. They answered all questions and they're waiting for final CMS approval. The FY22 1% retirement appropriation. Debbie and her team worked most of this weekend or some of this weekend to get that out. That's all we basically, if you remember in the October commission meeting, given the wonky year we are in with change in payment systems and having that appropriation to fund the 1%, we came up with ways to get it done with the circumstances we had approved by the commission. We sent out a cover email and a calculation of everybody, what we owe everybody according to where their personnel were. And then we sent out a grant. You must sign the grant, send it back to us. And the grant basically says you're going to use the funds for personnel benefits. Not every, any personnel benefits covered. And once we get the certification back, we will make a direct payment to you. On the fiscal year 22 proviso impacting the 660 legacy property issue, I just want to let you know at the Finance Committee next week, I will be bringing that up and I'll be looking to propose the protocols that we want to use going forward to get their input, if not approval. And that way everybody knows how we're going to roll it out, but just in general terms is Andrew has done his analysis. I think it's only fair to send his analysis to each and every provider affected so they know what Andrew thought was relevant. Give them an opportunity, a bite at the apple to put other information on the table so that we can see if there is a difference. And then at that point in time, I think it'll be individual one-on-one meetings to find an agreed upon amount and sign an MOU to take over the maintenance going forward. And the latest with the Housing Trust Fund is they are still committed to increasing the loan amount. It's just hadn't been done yet, and it certainly won't get done until at least January, February. But if you are thinking about flipping your house when we have those meetings, that will be a key point of discussion, because somewhere in our protocols, we would like to incentivize those decisions and take advantage of the Housing Trust Fund's loan capacity. So I just advise you where we're at, and so once we get those protocols, we'll move out. And then just a quick on anybody who has their cost report in now for room and board, we'll get it. We'll certainly get it done by the end of the month, if not sooner. If you don't have your cost report in, we'll try to do the same thing. But there's some people out there where we haven't had them turn them in yet, which is not a crisis, but we can't really do your room board till we have that. So we're cranking on that. All right. Any questions?
Thank you for all the hard work you're doing. Thank you. We appreciate it. After fee for service, can we stop sending room and board approvals?
Oh, I don't know about that. We're looking out for the equities of our individuals. I think you need some independent review of that. Can we make it simpler? Possibly. But I think that's a control that we're going to take equities in and making sure that it's fair. Going once, going twice. Thanks, everybody.